Hi guys, tonight we step quietly into the flickering firelight of a colonial home. The air smells of wood smoke and old wool, and you can almost feel the rough texture of homespun linen against your skin. It's the kind of scene that looks simple, even peaceful in a painting. But if you had to actually live here, especially in the year 1776, you would find the romance fading before your first full day was through. The reality is stark. Everyday life was a relentless test of endurance, and if you had to wake, work and sleep inside this world without modern comforts, convenience or certainty, you'd discover quickly that your greatest challenge wasn't dramatic. It was the cumulative weight of 1,000 small necessary tasks. You probably won't survive this, at least not with your modern expectations intact. So before you settle in, take a moment to like the video and subscribe, and as you're listening right now, feel free to share where you are and what time it is for you in the comments below. It's always fascinating to see the hours and places from which we all gather to step back into history. You wake before the sun has truly decided to rise. Not because an alarm rings, but because a certain greyness presses at your closed eyelids, a suggestion of light that is more a feeling than a sight. The air in the room holds the deep, settled chill of night, a cold that has seeped into the wooden walls and the packed earth floor. You lie still for a moment, breathing it in. The first thing you notice is the smell. It is not a single scent, but a layered memory of yesterday and all the days before. Wood smoke, old and sweet, has buried itself in the fabric of the room. Beneath it lies the damp earthiness of the walls, the faint, dry whisper of straw, and the closer, warmer scent of sleeping bodies. This is the smell of a home in 1776, and it tells you, before you even open your eyes, exactly where and when you are. America is not yet a country in the way future generations will understand it. It is a collection of needs, and your first need is to endure this day. Survival here is not about moments of dramatic bravery. It is about the quiet, grinding endurance of getting up again and again to face 100 small tasks done correctly, without shortcut or reprieve. The bed beneath you is not a place of soft surrender. It is a landscape of texture and sound. Your weight rests on a mattress stuffed with straw, or perhaps corn husks, or if your household is fortunate, feathers that have settled into lumpy continents over time. As you shift, it rustles softly, a dry, whispering conversation with itself. Beneath the ticking, a network of ropes is stretched tight across a wooden frame, creaking with your movement. You are likely not alone in this space. The concept of a room for only one person, for private sleep, is a luxury so rare it is almost unimaginable. Warmth and economy dictate closeness. Children share the bed or lie on pallets on the floor. An apprentice, a visiting cousin, the soft breath of a sibling a few feet away. Privacy has not yet been invented as a daily courtesy. The night is shaped by this shared existence. Sleep does not come in a deep, uninterrupted plunge. It arrives in layers. You drift down, then float back up, aware of the house settling around you, of a cough from the corner, of the fire breathing its last in the hearth. Historians call this segmented sleep, and it is simply the rhythm of the night. You wake in the dark middle hours, and it is not insomnia. It is just a pause. You might lie and listen to the wind, or rise to tend the embers, or offer a silent prayer. The darkness feels total, a physical presence, and your ears strain for the familiar sounds that mean safety, the regular breathing nearby, the rustle of a known animal, the absence of any unfamiliar step. Other companions are less welcome. Fleas and lice are a common fact of life, especially in the warmer months. You scratch without fully waking, a learned reflex. The blankets are heavy wool woven to trap heat, and they carry their own smell of animal and use. In winter you pile them high and thank God for the warmth of other bodies. In summer you push them away, seeking a cooler patch of linen, fighting the thick air that sticks to your skin. In these last moments before the household stirs, you might claim a small deliberate silence. Some diarists and letter writers of the time hint at this, at rising even earlier than necessary simply to sit alone with their own thoughts. It is a mental refuge, a rare space where the mind can form a complete idea without the immediate pull of another's need. This is not meditation as later centuries will define it. It is a practical pause, a drawing of breath before the labour begins. Scholars still debate who could afford such a luxury. Was this early quiet a cherished practice across all classes, or was it mostly the privilege of those whose labour allowed a few spare minutes of stolen time? The evidence is sparse and silent on the matter. What seems clearer is that silence itself held a different value. In a world without constant mechanical noise, quiet was more common, but it was also less controlled. You could not create a bubble of silence with closed doors and sealed windows. The quiet of the morning was a gift, fleeting and communal. It would be broken by the first cough, the first footstep on the floor, the first demand of the day. So you lie there, in the cool, smelling the old smoke and the sleep, feeling the rough linen against your skin, listening to the first tentative bird outside. You feel the weight of the coming day settle onto your chest, a familiar pressure. There is no weekend waiting to rescue you. Rest is something stolen in fragments between tasks. Yet within this weight, there is also a strange steadiness. The rhythm is ancient and predictable. You will rise, you will work, you will endure. The simplicity is almost a comfort. As the light strengthens from grey to pearl, the final layer of night's quiet dissolves. A rooster crows, insistent and nearby. Someone sighs and turns over. The day is no longer a possibility. It is an arrival, and you must meet it, ready or not. You sit up slowly, the cold air immediately finding the space where the blankets fall away. The movement stirs the smells around you, the close warmth of sleep rising to meet the cooler room. Your feet search for the floor, and the wood is unyielding and cold, a shock that finishes the work of waking. Clothing waits nearby, not arranged in a wardrobe, but placed with intention the night before. You will not change into something new. You will put on the day layer by layer, and these layers are not about expression. They are about armour. The first garment is your linen shirt. It is thin from countless washings, the fabric softened by wear and weather, and the rough caress of lye soap. You pull it over your head, and the cloth is cool against your skin, carrying the faint, clean smell of sun and wind from when it last dried outside. This is a small but meaningful victory, this scent of cleanliness. It does not mean spotless, it means serviceable, a boundary between your body and the grime of the world. Linen is valued because it can survive this brutal, necessary cleansing. As the shirt settles on your shoulders, you feel its history in the subtle patches, the carefully reinforced seams. It has been worn and mended again. This is the first lesson of the day. Nothing is thrown away. Everything is reduced, reused and repurposed until its last possible thread. If the morning is cold, wool comes next. The waistcoat, the jacket, the skirt or breeches. Wool scratches, especially when new, a persistent, prickly reminder of its origin. But you have learned how to wear it, how to arrange the seams so they do not chafe, how to layer it so the scratch is muted. In winter, wool is life itself. It holds heat even when damp from snow or sweat. In summer, you endure its weight because there is no better alternative for durability. Cotton exists, a curiosity from distant fields, but it is expensive and rare in the everyday life of most. As you fasten the clothes, tying strings, buttoning precious few buttons saved from older garments, you feel how they shape your movement. Nothing stretches, everything resists. You learn to bend, to lift, to walk within these confines. This clothing represents stored labour, weeks and months of spinning, weaving, cutting and sewing. Most people own only 2 full outfits, one for the brutal reality of daily work, one for Sabbath or rare occasions. What you wear is one of your most valuable possessions, listed alongside tools and livestock in estate inventories. It is work you do not have to redo. The social language is woven into the fabric itself. A clean but patched garment speaks of respectability and careful management. Stains left untouched, tears ignored, whisper of poverty or neglect. Fine fabric announces wealth but also invites constant scrutinizing attention. You are what you wear, and everyone knows how to read the story. Fully dressed, you feel the psychological shift as much as the physical one. The day has officially begun. Your body is now a tool housed in its practical casing. But the room is still cold, a chill that seeps through the wool and linen. The true centre of the morning, the heart that must be awakened before anything else can live, is the fire. You move toward the hearth, your stiff shoes making hollow sounds on the floor. Last night's fire is not dead, only sleeping. A careful layer of ash was banked over the embers, a technique passed down through generations, preserving a hidden heart of heat without risking a spark that could consume everything. You kneel on the hard stone, the chill of it coming up through your clothes. With a small iron poker you gently break the ash crust. Beneath, a bed of embers glows, a constellation of deep orange and red. You blow on them softly, and they brighten in response, as if waking from a long dream. Then you add the smallest pieces of kindling gathered by a child's hands the evening before. Dry twigs, splinters of pine, the breath of the embers catches them, a thread of smoke curls up, then a tiny wavering flame. It is a fragile thing. You feed it patiently, adding larger splinters, then small splits of wood. The fire snaps and pops, conversations of sap and air. It is an intimate, familiar sound. Your hands know this ritual by heart, even if your mind is still drifting in the remains of sleep. As the flames grow, they begin to cast light as well as heat. Shadows spring to life on the walls, stretching and shrinking, dancing in a silent, chaotic ballet. This flickering light will be your sun for the hours of darkness to come. Candles exist, tallow or beeswax, but they're used sparingly, save for close work or moving through the blackest night. Firelight is precious, a living thing that must be tended, fed, and respected. It is both comforter and destroyer. The warmth spreads slowly, unevenly. It touches your face and hands first. A blessing that makes you realize just how cold you were. It does not fill the room. It creates a sphere of habitability, a small kingdom of heat with the hearth as its throne. All morning activity will orbit this centre. The wood that feeds it was not bought with coins, it was earned with sweat. It was chopped, hauled, split and stacked. Its consumption is measured carefully. A piece too large is waste. A fire too fierce is danger. Its management is a daily calculus of need and conservation. As the fire settles into a steady, hungry crackle, the household truly begins to stir around it. Water is fetched for the pot. The sounds of movement and low voices dissolve the last of the night's quiet. The flames reflect in sleepy eyes. This fire is now the engine of the day. It will heat water, cook food, warm hands, and dry damp wool. Its light will guide evening chores. Its existence is the first and most non-negotiable task. Without it, nothing else follows. You stand finally, your front now warm, your back still cool, and feel the day's first small accomplishment. The heart of the home is beating. Now the body can truly begin its work. The fire, now established in its steady work, turns its attention from warming skin to warming sustenance. The hunger you feel is not a question of preference. It is a deep, hollow tightening in your belly, a physical reminder that the body is an engine that requires fuel. There will be no ceremony, no variety presented for your choosing. Breakfast in this world announces itself not with aroma, but with necessity. A pot, blackened and dependable from years of use, is placed near the heat. Inside, water begins a slow, patient journey toward a boil. The meal has already been decided, its components shaped by yesterday's labour and the stern economy of the season. Cornmeal is the constant, the humble foundation of countless mornings. It is stirred into the hot water, thickening into a porridge that is plain, earthy, and slightly sweet if the grain was fresh ground. Its smell is not rich or tempting. It is the smell of warmth and fullness, a promise of endurance more than pleasure. Salt might be added, a precious pinch from a kept container. Milk, if you have a cow and it is in milk, is a luxury often reserved for children or saved for the alchemy of butter and cheese. What strikes you most is the absence of sweetness. Sugar exists in locked chests, a costly import measured out in careful teaspoons for rare occasions or for the sick. Honey or molasses might appear, a dark, rich thread through the pale mush, and when it does, it is an event remembered in a child's diary. The transformation is profound, turning ordinary fuel into a fleeting taste of grace. Beside the pot sits bread baked not this morning but days ago. It has hardened, its crust tough, its interior dense. It is not sliced. You tear a piece with your hands, feeling its solid heft. Knives are for work, not for the table. You might spread a scant layer of butter or dripping, fat being a precious concentrate of energy and flavour. To waste it is unthinkable. You eat where you can. There is no dedicated table in many homes. You might stand near the hearth, bowl in hand, or sit on a stool, the food balanced on your knee. Children eat quickly, already fidgeting with the energy the food provides. Adults eat with a quiet, focused purpose. Conversation is sparse, functional. The morning is not for reflection or gathering, it is for the silent conversion of food into capability. You drink from a shared cup. The liquid is likely not water. Water is life-giving but suspect. Its quality shifts without warning. Instead, there is small beer, with alcohol content barely noticeable, or cider diluted for children. This is not for intoxication. It is for safety, hydration, and a few extra calories. The act of eating is utilitarian. Spoons are common, often carved from wood, worn smooth by countless mouths. Forks are rare curiosities. You might dip your bread directly into the shared pot of porridge, or use a thick crust as an edible bowl. The wooden bowl you hold has absorbed the ghosts of 100 prior meals, onion, smoke, salt, fat, layering a faint, complex history into every bite. You do not find this strange. It is simply how things taste. Historians who examine account books and diaries broadly agree on one thing. People here consumed a staggering number of calories at this first meal. Not from gluttony, but from stark physical demand. The body is a draft animal, and you must feed it like one. If you fail to eat enough now, the deficit will find you later in trembling hands, a fogged mind, and a slow, dangerous weakening in the fields or at the bench. Food is not entertainment, it is logistics. You scrape the bowl clean. Every crumb is saved, flicked to waiting chickens or stirred into scraps for the pig. Nothing is left to pause the momentum of the day. The meal disappears with a swiftness that would seem rude in another context. There is no lingering over a last sip. As soon as the food is gone, the body's obligation shifts. The bowls are taken away, wiped with a damp cloth. The pot is moved back from the direct heat. The fire is adjusted for the next task, perhaps for boiling laundry or heating irons. You feel the change within your own body. The hollow tightness is gone, replaced by a solid, spreading warmth. The energy arrives not as a sudden rush, but as a slow, steady filling, like water seeping into dry ground. Your limbs feel heavier, more substantial, better anchored to the earth. This is enough. Enough to lift, to chop, to walk, to bend for hours on end. Satisfaction is measured not by pleasure on the tongue, but by readiness in the muscle and sinew. A farmer's journal might note, years later, the one morning he missed breakfast during a brutal winter storm, the memory of that specific hunger still vivid. When food is reliable, its absence becomes a landmark of hardship. The meal's true purpose is confirmed in this stillness that follows, a brief, quiet moment where the body acknowledges it has been resupplied. The faint, lingering scent of cornmeal and wood smoke clings to the air around you. Soon it will be overtaken by the smells of the day's labour, sweat, soil, animal and iron. But for now, it is the scent of a pact fulfilled. You are fed, not pleased. You're fortified, not indulged. The fire crackles, now a worker among workers. You turn from the hearth, your hands empty, your body tasked. The fuel is in the furnace. The day in all its relentless demand now has its claim properly staked. With the taste of cornmeal still faint in your mouth, and the fire's heat now settled into the stones of the hearth, you step outside. The transition from the dim, smoky interior to the wide grey light of morning is not a shift in location so much as a shift in purpose. The day ceases to be something you're in and becomes something you must do. Work here does not announce itself with a bell or a formal beginning. It simply is, as present and demanding as the ground beneath your feet. Your identity in the eyes of your family and your community is not defined by what you think or believe, but by what you do with your hands from first light until dusk. Usefulness is the currency of belonging, and you spend it with every motion. If you're a farmer, your world narrows immediately to the field. Your body turns toward the soil with a knowledge that lives deeper than thought. You feel the earth's condition through your boots, judging the workability of last night's dampness. Tools lean against a fence post or rest in the grass, their handles worn smooth and dark by the grip of your palms and those of your father before you. A hoe, a scythe, a ploughshare. Each is an extension of your will, and using the wrong one is a waste of precious energy you cannot afford to lose. Your rhythm is set by the sun's arc and the needs of the crops, a slow, patient negotiation with growth and weather. There are no shifts, only tasks completed or waiting. If your life unfolds within the boundaries of a town, your labour takes a different shape. You might be an apprentice in a tradesman's shop. Your day is a long lesson in repetition. The blacksmith's domain greets you with a wall of heat and the sharp, ringing conversation of hammer on iron. The cooper's yard is a forest of scent, fresh-cut oak and pine sap. The chandler smells of wax and tallow. The work begins early because daylight is the most honest and reliable material you have. When it fades, labour becomes slower, more dangerous, a fight against the stumbling dark. For women, work is a constant overlapping current that flows through the house and yard. It is the preparation of food that stretches from breakfast to supper, the mending of a shirt while a child naps, the endless sweep of the floor not because it stays clean but because dirt is a relentless visitor. This labour is rarely counted in official records, yet without its quiet, ceaseless engine, the household would shudder to a halt. The concept of an 8-hour day belongs to a future you cannot imagine. Time is not a container to be filled with balanced portions of work and leisure. It is a vast, demanding landscape you must cross each day, and its terrain changes with the seasons. In summer, the days stretch long and arduous, demanding every hour of light. In winter, the tasks contract but grow sharper, complicated by cold and the guarding of precious heat. You work until the light fails or the necessary tasks are done, whichever comes last. Your body is not a separate entity you carry to work. It is the primary tool, and you become acutely aware of its workings. Muscles warm, settle into a rhythm, protest, and then grow quiet with a fatigue that is itself a kind of knowledge. Pain is a familiar companion, not a stranger. A sore back from yesterday's lifting, a stiffness in the knees from kneeling in damp soil, a calloused patch on the thumb that fits perfectly around a tool handle. You do not dwell on these aches. You adjust your movements around them instinctively, a silent negotiation between necessity and limitation. This bodily reality is the great leveller. The gentleman may have softer hands, but he still feels the fatigue of a long day in the saddle or the tension of overseeing complex accounts. The enslaved person knows pain of a different magnitude, a relentless physical burden enforced by threat, their skilled labour claimed as another's property. For them, work is not just toil but dominion, their bodies and time owned utterly. Children too are woven into this fabric of utility from the time they can walk steadily. Small hands scatter seed, gather eggs, mind younger siblings or scare birds from the fields. Their play fits in the cracks between chores, brief and bright. Childhood is not a protected space of endless exploration. It is an apprenticeship to life itself, measured not by years but by growing competence. You pause to wipe sweat from your brow with the back of your wrist. The cloth of your shirt darkens where the moisture soaks in. The smell of your own labour rises around you, sharp and honest. No one remarks on it. Everyone carries this scent. Cleanliness is a concern for the end of the day, a ritual of reset, not a state maintained through its middle. As you look around, you see the same story written in every bent back and moving hand. The farmer follows his plough, the blacksmith's hammer rises and falls, the woman at the well draws another bucket. There is a steady, almost rhythmic sound to it all, the scrape of hoe on earth, the creak of a well pulley, the distant chop of wood. It is not the sound of chaos, but of a society deeply, unceasingly in motion. Idleness stands out like a shout in this quiet hum, attracting notice and judgment. Historians who study account books and letters from this time often note how people measured their days. You do not think in terms of hours, you think in tasks. It is mid-morning when the animals are watered and the first rows are hoed. It is noon when the sun hangs in a certain familiar notch in the trees and your stomach tightens again. Time is felt in the body, seen in the lengthening shadows, heard in the changing sounds of the world. A broken tool is not simply discarded. It is repaired, the handle spliced, the metal reforged. You care for what you own because its loss represents days of labour to replace it. There is a quiet pride in making something last beyond its expected life, in knowing the exact twist of wrist needed to make a worn part function. This world does not ask you what you want to be. It asks you what you can do. Your value, your very place in the intricate web of dependence that is your community, is answered by your hands, your endurance, your willingness to contribute to the whole. The pain in your shoulders at the end of the day is not just fatigue. It is a receipt, proof of purchase for your place here. As you straighten your back for a moment, looking out at the work still ahead, you understand that this labour is not an interruption of your life. It is the steady, undeniable pulse of life itself, carrying you forward through another ordinary morning in 1776. You notice them not as a separate group, but as smaller, quieter shadows moving within the larger patterns of the day. Children in this world are not set apart in a realm of protected play. Their existence is a gradual, steady merging into the stream of usefulness, a process measured not by birthdays but by capability. From the time they can walk without constant stumbling, they are given small tasks, not as ceremony but as logical increments of help. You see a child of 5 or 6 face serious with concentration, carrying a wooden bucket. Water sloshes over the rim with each careful step, darkening the dust at his feet. The task is not trivial. That water represents a trip to the well, effort expended. Spilling it is not a childish mistake to be sighed over. It is a tangible loss that will require more labour to replace. Another child, perhaps a sister, gathers kindling, her small hand selecting sticks not for their play potential, but for their dryness and suitability for the hearth. She has learned, through patient correction, which pieces are too green, which are too large. The line between work and play is porous, often invisible. A game emerges in the space between chores, born from the materials at hand. A stick becomes a sword for a moment of imagined glory. A hoop, fashioned from a discarded barrel stave, is rolled along a hard-packed path with intense fleeting delight. Laughter erupts, sharp and bright, a sudden burst of sound that seems to surprise even the children themselves. But it does not last. A voice calls from the doorway, a finger points toward the woodpile that needs stacking, and the game dissolves without protest. The transition is seamless. The same hands that clutch the toy sword now grasp bundles of firewood. Joy is not scheduled, it is seized in the interstices of obligation. There is no concept of wasting time, only of filling it, and useful filling is always preferable. Education is not a separate institution for most. It is the air they breathe. Learning happens through the eyes, the ears, the mimicking of muscle memory. A boy watches his father sharpen a scythe, noting the angle of the stone against the blade, the rhythm of the strokes. No one explains the physics of the edge. He learns by being handed the stone and told to continue. A girl stands beside her mother at the butter churn, her small hands placed over her mother's larger ones, feeling the relentless, tiring push and pull long before she's strong enough to do it alone. She learns the sound of the splash changing to a thick, quiet slap, the signal that the butter has come. Reading and writing are valued, often for the ability to engage with scripture, but these skills are fragile flowers growing in the rocky soil of daily need. Schooling, where it exists, bends to the demands of the agricultural calendar, operating in the frozen months when fields sleep. For many, especially in remote areas, formal letters on a page are less immediate than the language of weather, soil, and animal behaviour. Discipline is direct and woven into the fabric of consequence. A forgotten chore is not met with a lecture about responsibility. It is met with the immediate, tangible result of that absence. The fire goes low because no one fetched the wood. The cow bellows in discomfort because no one drew the water. The correction is swift, often physical, and its logic is inarguable. It is not about inflicting pain for its own sake, but about forging a swift, memorable link between action and outcome. A child who wanders too near the cooking pot and is burned learns a sharper, more lasting lesson than any shouted warning could provide. Patience exists, but it is a practical patience, tempered by the sheer volume of tasks awaiting any adult's attention. There is little time for coaxing or elaborate explanation. The world itself is the teacher, and its lessons are unforgiving.
Children absorb the adult world whole, without filters. They listen to conversations about debt and illness, about the questionable character of a neighbor, about fears of a poor harvest. Nothing is softened or hidden for their benefit. They piece together understanding from fragments. They world you a mosaic of overheard worries, seen hardships, and felt tensions. Their clothing marks their progression. Simple shifts of early childhood give way to more structured garments that mirror adult dress, subtly training their bodies to move within the same constraints, to inhabit their future roles physically before they do so mentally. You see them in workshops too, where apprenticeship often begins young. A child of 7 or 8 might be bound by legal contract to a master, a transaction less of cruelty than of stark necessity. For a family with many mouths to feed, it is a chance to secure a child's training and survival, another thread woven into the community's web of mutual dependence. In these spaces, the child is both learner and laborer, fetching tools, sweeping filings, running errands, All other eyes catalogue the master's every movement. Praise, when it comes, is not for cleverness or creativity, but for reliability. Is a steady hand, an adult might say, and that is the highest compliment. It means the child can be trusted to complete a necessary task without constant supervision, to become a predictable cog in the machinery of the day. Historians sifting through diaries and letters find it difficult to pin down the emotional landscape of these childhoods. Some accounts speak of a deep, quiet competence of pride in being useful. A father writes of his son, not that the boy is happy, but that he is already a great help about the farm. Other fragments hint at a world where the luxury of prolonged innocence is so kind of an auction, where the weight of expectations circles early. The truth, as always, is not singular. For every child who thrived on the dignity of responsibility, there may have been another who longed for more time to stare at clouds. But that longing, if it existed, would have been a quiet, likely unexpressed whisper, drowned out by the immediate, surrounding chorus of work. By midday, the children have fully integrated into the rhythm. They slow when the adults pause, quicken their steps when urgency enters a voice. They know when to speak and when to make themselves quiet and small. They are already in it, their small hands contributing, their sharp eyes learning. Their lives a continuous and early apprenticeship to the art of endurance. Watching them, you realize that childhood here does not end with a dramatic crossing into adulthood. and simply fades, like one color blending into the next, as skill accumulates and the quota of expected contribution steadily, inexorably rises. As the morning solidifies into its steady rhythm, your attention is drawn to a different kind of labor, one that does not announce itself with the ring of a hammer or the visible progress of a plowed field. It is the work that weaves through every hour, holding the fragile structure of the household together. This is the domain of women, a world of tasks that are overlapping, circular, and never truly finished. You watch, and you begin to see the pattern. It is a pattern of relentless return. It begins in the dim light by the hearth, long before others stir, and it continues long after they have settled into sleep. The work has no clear beginning or end. It is a loop. The breakfast porridge is barely cleared before consideration turns to the midday meal, and even as that is prepared, and dough is mixed for tomorrow's bread. Food preparation is not an event, it is a continuous thread, spinning out from the hearth to the root cellar and back again. Preservation is a form of time-caping, thinking in weeks and months ahead. Salting meat, drying apples, sealing jars with wax. Each action is a bet placed against future hunger, a quiet defiance of the season's scarcity. Alongside this flows the river of maintenance, a shirt-sleeve phrase at the elbow. Without pause a needle appears, its eye threaded by a hand that does not need to look down. The mending happens in the margins of other tasks, while watching a child at play, or listening to a husband's account of the field, while waiting for the pot to boil. The hands are never still. When they are not sewing, they are sweeping. The birch-minus wig broom whispering across the floor in a short-minus-lived battle against the dirt that will return on the next footstep. When not sweeping, they are scrubbing, wringing heavy, waterlogged wool with a strength that belies their seeming delicacy. Laundry is not a weekly chore but a monumental calculation of weather, fuel and time, undertaken only when the alternative of filth becomes a greater burden. And through it all moves the constant, subtle work of care. A child's feverish brow is touched with a practiced palm. A squabble between siblings is disentangled with a few low words. A husband's silent worry is noted, and a portion of his favorite preserve is saved at supper. This labor leaves no physical product. It cannot be measured in bushels or yards. It drains energy just the same, a slow leak of attention and emotional fortitude that is as real as the ache in a field worker's back. The skills required for this fast, quiet enterprise are not taught from books or through formal instruction. They are passed through the blood and the bone, learned through years of silent observation and then unthinking repetition. A girl learns to judge the heat of an oven by holding her hand inside it, to know the right consistency of bread dough by the feel of it pulling from her fingers, to diagnose a childhood illness by the sound of a cough. Her education is the 1,000 daily rituals she witnesses. Her classroom, the kitchen and the garden and the cradle minus side. There is no moment of graduation, only a gradual, inevitable assumption of the mantle when her own hands begin to move with the same efficient, unhurried certainty. This is the great irony that historians note when they sift through the official records of the time. The work that was most fundamental to survival, the work that fed, clothed, cleaned, and nurtured the population is the least documented. It is invisible precisely because it was assumed. It was the background noise of existence, so essential it was rarely remarked upon. Account books meticulously record the cost of a plough or a barrel of nails, but they do not record the endless hours of knitting that turned wool into socks, the careful rationing of flour that stretched a supply through a lean month, the nightly mending that kept garments functional for years. A woman's management was the quiet ledger that balanced the household's books, and Emery the true record of what was owed, what was needed, what could be spared. There is creativity here, though it hides in the guise of necessity. Recipes are not written but remembered, adapted by a handful of this or a pinch of that, varying by region and what the garden yields. A calls is pieced together from 100 fragments of worn minus, out dresses and shirts, its patterns holding family history and geometric code. Songs are hummed over the churn or the spinning wheel, not for performance, but to mark time, to soothe the restless infant. to keep the spirits from flagging during a tedious task. The boundary between economic production and domestic duty is faint. A woman might keep a few extra hens selling the eggs to the peddler. She might take in sewing or washing for others, folding a thin stream of coin into the household economy, her paid work seamlessly braided into the unpaid. You see no fanfare, no clear transition when the morning's work becomes the afternoon's. A pot is moved from one hook over the fire to another. A child is redirected from underfoot to a useful chore. A basket of mending is set aside only because the light has shifted, making the stitches harder to see. The work simply changes shape, flowing like water around the obstacles and demands of the day. There is no supervisor but need itself, no cook, the bosun's passage in the emptying stomachs of the family. To witness this is to understand a profound, unspoken truth of this world. The labor of men, the farming, the building creates the structure of life. That the labor of women is the mortar that holds every brick in place. It is what makes the structure habitable, what turns a house of wood and stone into a home that can sustain a body and a spirit through relentless hardship. It is patience made manifest in action, a love expressed not in words, but in the relentless cyclical doing. It is work that is never done, because its purpose is not completion, but continuation. As you absorb this reality, the day itself seems to grow denser, more interconnected. The bread you ate at breakfast, the shirt on your back, the simple order of the room, none of it is accidental. It is the product of this quiet, ceaseless endurance, a foundational rhythm in the symphony of 1776, steady, essential, and overwhelmingly unseen. By the time the sun has climbed to its highest point, the focus of the day begins to shift, not toward rest, but toward connection. Your path, whether by necessity or simple movement, leads you toward a space where the business of life is conducted. This is not a modern marketplace with its rows of identical stalls and shouted advertisements. It is a quieter, more intimate convergence, woven into the very paths people walk every day. You do not so much go to the market as you pass through it, a natural pause in the flow of duties. The space feels informal, almost accidental. A cluster of barrels stands under the shade of a large oak. A table is set before a doorway, displaying goods with a straightforward honesty. Baskets of eggs sit beside bolts of linen and small piles of forged nails. Nothing is sealed in plastic or hidden behind glass. Everything is meant to be touched, weighed in the hand, judged by eye and fingertip. The scale of it all is profoundly human, profoundly local. You know the lion hoot and the leather of the shoes you are eyeing. You remember the woman who wove the cloth. Trade here is built not on contracts, but on the slow accumulation of trust formed through 100 previous encounters. Reputation is the real currency, and it is earned in increments over years. As you watch an exchange, you notice how rarely coins change hands. A conversation unfolds, low and practical. A measure of dried beans is poured into a sack. In return, a promise is given. "I'll settle after the harvest," a man says, and the seller nods, making a mental note. The promise is accepted because the man is known, because his family has lived here for generations, because his word is his bond. Barter is equally common. A basket of early apples is offered for a length of hempen rope. A skill is traded for goods, a day's carpentry work for a side of bacon. Credit is not a sign of poverty or poor management. It is the very infrastructure of the community, a web of mutual obligation that binds people together, for better or worse. This system works only because everyone expects to see each other again tomorrow, and next week, 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 and next year, and next year. This space functions as much as a social center as an economic one. While hands examine the firmness of a squash or the quality of a hinge, news passes from mouth to ear. Information travels alongside goods, woven into the fabric of daily motion. Someone mentions a fever down the road. Another asks about the water level at the mill and for last night's rain. A traveler's tale, perhaps exaggerated, is repeated about conditions in the next county. The market is a living nerve center. pulsing with practical intelligence and shared concern. There is no newspaper delivery, no bulletin board. This is how you learn what you need to know for the quiet commerce of conversation. The act of purchasing is a sensory, thoughtful engagement. You pick up a clay pot, turning it in your hands, running your thumb along the rim to check for chips, holding it up to the light to see if the firing was even. You sniff a wedge of cheese, not for gourmet appreciation, but to detect any early soreness. You test the weight of a hammer, feeling for the balance between the head and the handle. Nothing is taken on faith based on a label. Returning an item is so rare as to be almost unthinkable. A social embarrassment implying poor judgment on your part or dishonesty on the seller's. You choose slowly, carefully, because a mistake is costly, not just in coin or goods, but in the efficiency of your household. A poorly made tool will waste your energy. The air in this place is thick with a tapestry of smells that tells its own story. The oily scent of tanned leather mixes with the dry, sweet smell of grain. Fresh minus cut timber, the sharp tang of vinegar from a barrel of pickles, the rich, earthy odor of potatoes just pulled from the ground. It is not a perfumed or sanitized smell. It is the dense, honest aroma of things that are useful, of life being sustained directly from the land and the workshop. Voices hum in a steady, low murmur. Negotiations conducted without shouting, a rhythm of ask and offer that feels almost ritualistic. You can code your own small business, perhaps trading a few eggs for a precious ounce of tea or promising a day's help with a fence in return for some seed. As you turn to leave, you carry away more than a physical object. You carry a reaffirmation of your place in the community, a piece of new information to ponder, the satisfaction of a need met through personal connection. The market does not have a closing bell. It simply dissipates, its participants folding back into their individual paths, carrying its effects with them. The web of trust and obligation remains, invisible but strong, stretching from homestead to homestead. In this world, trade is not a separate activity. It is life itself, circulating slowly, impersonally, one careful examination, one spoken promise, one handshake at a time. You reach into the pouch at your belt, your fingers searching not for paper bills, but for the cool and even surfaces of metal. What you pull out is a small collection of coins, each with a different story. A Spanish silver piece, worn so smooth its markings are mere ghosts. A British shilling, cut at the edge by some past owner seeking a sliver of extra silver. A copper penny, dark with age. This is the reality of money in your hand, stares heterogeneous, and treated with a caution that borders on reverence. Coins appear and disappear from circulation like shy animals, never lingering long in any one pocket. The few you possess feel heavy, not just in weight, but in potential. They are not for daily bread or common nails. They are reserved for moments when rust and barter reach their limit. Wealth here is a quiet, solid thing. It does not rustle in a purse. It stands in fields, leans against barn walls, lows in pastures, and hangs in the smokehouse. True prosperity is measured in acres of cleared land, in the sharpness of your axes, in the health of your livestock, in the fullness of your root cellar. Your reputation, your name, and your word is perhaps the most crucial asset of all. It is what allows you to say, "Put it on my account," and have the storekeeper nod without hesitation. Money is useful, certainly, but it is not the bedrock of existence. It is a tool for specific, often uncomfortable, transactions. Because of this scarcity, a vast, intricate web of credit stretches across the community. It is not a sign of failure or character. It is the essential infrastructure of daily life, the grease that's liable to turn. The phrases are as common as greetings: "I owe you for that meal," "Well, settle up after the shearing," "Remember me for that seed come spring." These spoken promises are as binding as any written contract, anchored in the certainty that you are not going anywhere, and neither is your neighbor. Your character is your collateral. To default is not just a financial mistake, it is a social sin that can isolate you more effectively than any physical barrier. This system of mutual obligation binds everyone together in a network of interdependence that is both a safety net and a cage. It provides flexibility in a rigid world, but it also means you are never truly free of debt. The coins themselves are a lesson in practical economics. You learn to judge them by heft and ring, not by the faded face of a distant monarch. A merchant might subtly bite a silver piece, testing its softness, a quick essay against debasement. Spanish dollars, French livres all circulate freely, their value determined by weight and precious metal content, not by political allegiance. This monetary babble requires constant, quiet calculation. You become adept at mental conversions, at sensing when a coin feels too light, at knowing which trader is fussy about accepting certain issues. It is when authority intervenes that the tension around cash becomes palpable. Taxes are the great disruptor. Colonial and local levies often demand payment in specific, scarce coin hard money that cannot be substituted with a bushel of wheat or a day's labor. This demand forces a difficult, sometimes desperate, scramble. You may have to sell grain at a poor price because you need the currency now. You might take on a cash job for a neighbor, diverting precious time from your own land, just to gather the necessary coins. Money, which normally flows so sluggishly through the community, is suddenly suctioned into the coffers of distant powers, leaving a vacuum of anxiety in its wake. The pressure to obtain cash can warp trade, create sudden inequalities, and expose the fragile underpinnings of the credit system. You feel this tension in your own dealings. You hesitate before parting with a silver coin, weighing the immediate need against the knowledge that replacing it will be difficult. You see it in the faces of others when a tax collector is rumored to be riding through. The easy flow of promises tightens. People hold their coins closer. The social lubricant of credit grows viscous. In these moments, the abstract power of empire becomes crushingly personal. A demand that reaches into your pouch and dictates the terms of your survival. Women are often the chief accountants in this system, their memories serving as the leading ledgers of household credit. They remember who borrowed a cup of sugar last winter, which neighbor still owes for the piglet, when the storekeeper's bill was last paid. Their management is invisible. Vital work, enslaved people, in stark contrast, are entirely outside this system of financial obligation. They are the ultimate human credit, their lifelong labor borrowed and never repaid, their bodies themselves serving as the brutal and forgiving currency of the slave economy. As you tuck your few coins away, their faint clinker private sound of limited power, you understand the duality of this world. The scarcity of money does not paralyze commerce, it forces it into deeper, more human channels. Exchange becomes personal, laden with social meaning. Every transaction is an investment in a relationship, a brick in the wall you're standing. Trust becomes the truest currency, more fluid than silver, more durable than copper. You carry not just goods, but the weight of a maintained promise or a newly incurred debt. Your wealth is not just what you own, but who will vouch for you, who will extend you credit, and knows your name and believes it to be good. In 1776, to be rich is to be rooted in land, in community, and in a web of mutual need that is both your burden and your only real security. As the afternoon wears on, a different kind of commodity begins to circulate alongside the grain and the nails. It is news, and it moves at the speed of a walking man, a resting horse, or a vessel waiting for the tide. Information in this world is not a headline that shouts for your attention. It arrives quietly, often as a fragment of conversation overheard while examining a piece of leather or waiting your turn at the mill. You absorb it through your skin as much as through your ears. Almost as an aside, that the price of salt is rising in the port city a week's journey away. Another remarks that a neighbor's son has taken ill, with a fever that shows no sign of breaking. There is no separation between the personal and the public, the trivial and the profound. All of it is data, pieces of a puzzle that help you navigate the uncertainties of the coming weeks. This network of spoken intelligence is slow but deeply embedded in the social fabric. News travels along the lines of trust and routine. You believe the word of the blacksmith because you have known him for 10 years, not because he cites a source. You treat the tale from the itinerant peddler with more caution, weighing his words against his character and what you already know to be true. Accuracy is a collective project, refined through repetition and cross-examination. A story told at the smithy in the morning may be corrected or embellished by the time it reaches the tavern at night. This is not considered deceit. It is the natural shaping of narrative as it passes from one keeper to the next, each adding emphasis where they feel it is needed, softening edges out of kindness, or sharpening details to make a point. The news belongs to everyone and no one. Printed newspapers exist, but they are creatures of the cities, arriving in your community days or weeks after their publication, often in the saddlebag of a traveler or with a post rider. When one does appear, it is not read alone in silence. It is read aloud in a common space, the words given voice by whoever is deemed the best reader. The group listens collectively, and the reading is invariably followed by discussion, debate, and dissection. The ideas are chewed over like tough meat. Argued, accepted, or rejected. Information is not consumed, it is digested socially. For many, this public reading is their only contact with events beyond the mountains or across the ocean. The words of distant politicians and reports of battles are filtered through the familiar voice of a neighbor, making them somehow more real and yet still abstract, like thunder on a far horizon. More intimate, and more treasured, is the personal letter. When one arrives bearing your name, it is an object of profound significance. The paper itself is valuable, often coarse and thick, the ink sometimes bleeding at the edges of the quill strokes. The writing is compact, every inch of space used, for paper and postage are dear. You break the seal with care. The reading is slow, oft unrepeated, first in the hurried silence of your own mind, then perhaps aloud to your family. A letter is not just news, it is a piece of the sender, preserved in ink. It carries the echo of their voice, the rhythm of their thought. You notice the phrases they use, the things they choose to mention and those they omit. Letters are kept, folded carefully, and stored in a dry place. They are reread months or even years later, not for the outdated news they contain, but for the connection they sustain. In a world of separations, a letter is a bridge made of paper. All of this shapes a particular geography of the mind. Distance is not measured in miles on a map, but in effort and time. A place 3 days ride away is a significant journey, a world apart. News from there is already old, its reality is shifted by the time you hear of them. Events across the ocean in London or the Caribbean are like stories from a dream, vaguely understood and lacking the urgent texture of immediacy. Its boundaries defined by how far you can walk in a day and still return by nightfall, by the reach of voices you recognize, by the range of familiar smells and sounds. What happens beyond those boundaries enters your consciousness slowly, softened, undistorted by the journey, like light through thick, imperfect glass. Children learn this information landscape by osmosis. They listen to the adult talk, collecting fragments of rumor and fact, storing them away without full understanding. They witness the gravity that surrounds the arrival of the letter, the shared silence during a newspaper reading. They absorb the lesson that knowledge is precious, often costly, and always social. There is no concept of being privately, perfectly informed, stitched together from what you have seen with your own eyes, what trusted others have told you, and what you have pieced together from the communal study of a rare printed page. It is a knowledge full of gaps and shadows, but it is deeply felt, woven into the relationships that sustain you. In 1776, information does not flow to you. You meet it halfway on the road, in the shop, by the fire, and together, through talk and listening, you give it meaning. The afternoon light takes on a different quality, a slanting gold. It seems to thicken the air rather than brighten it. It is in this slower, heavier light that the body's vulnerabilities feel most pronounced. A slight ache in a joint, a dull throb behind the eyes from squinting, a lingering weariness that no amount of morning fuel seems to touch. Illness is not a dramatic intruder. You feel its possibility in a sudden chill, in a stomach that clenches for no reason, in the 2-warm skin of a child at your side. Health is not an assumption. It is a temporary and negotiated state, watched over with a mixture of hope and deep-seated worry. When sickness does arrive, it is net first within the walls of the home. There is no clinic to visit, no distant number to call. The response is immediate and practical, guided by a vast, unspoken encyclopedia of knowledge passed from mother to daughter, from neighbor to neighbor. You recognize the smell of certain herbs steeping in a pot over the fire: chamomile, mint, sage. Their bitter, green scents cutting through the hearth smoke. Remedies are born of the land and of tradition. A poultice of mashed plantain for a wound, a tea of willow bark for fever, a syrup of honey and onion for a deep cough. The underlying theory is one of balance. The body is seen as a system of humors, of heats and colds, of wet and dry. Illness is an imbalance, and treatment saying to restore order, to cool a fever, to wall a chill, to purge a corruption. You learn to read the signs with your hands, pressing a palm to a forehead to gauge temperature not by number, but by number. Is she hotter than she was this morning? Is his skin drier? Improvement is measured in these subtle, tactile shifts. Physicians exist, of course. They are men of learning, often carrying leather bags filled with lancets and vials. But they are expensive, sometimes days away, and their methods inspire as much fear as hope. You call for one only when household wisdom has been exhausted, when the illness digs in its heels and refuses to yield. The treatments they bring are severe, based on the same principle of balance, but executed with violent certainty. The belief being that releasing bad blood can restore equilibrium. Purgative symptomatics wage war on the stomach. Blistering agents are applied to the skin, raising painful welts in an attempt to draw out disease from within. Sometimes these methods seem to work. Often they leave the patient weaker, a hollowed minus-out shell struggling to recover from the cure as much as the sickness. There is no consensus, only a grim acceptance that healing is a perilous path. Children are the focal point of this quiet dread. Their small bodies are so quickly overwhelmed. You listen to their breathing in the night, counting the spaces between coughs. You note the glassy-ness in their eyes, the refusals of food. Fear is a constant, low hum in the background of your thoughts, but it is a controlled fear. Panic is a luxury that helps no one. Instead, there is watchfulness, a relentless attentiveness. You learn the stages of common ailments. The day when a fever should break. The hour when a rash might appear. Death is never a distant abstraction. It has visited every household, taken the young and the old with a terrible indifference. Its proximity shapes every precaution. You avoid night air, you dry your feet thoroughly, you rest when you can. Is not mere habits, they are strategies for survival in a world where the body is a fragile vessel on a treacherous sea. And so you move through the afternoon with this dual awareness. Your hands are busy with work, but a part of your mind is always tuned to the bodies around you, the slight flush on your own cheek, the sound of a child's sniffle, the weary slump of a spouse's shoulders. Wellness is a temporary gift, and every day passed without crisis is a quiet victory. Medicine here is not a science of guarantees. It is an art of persistence, a patchwork of hope, tradition, and desperate improvisation, practiced in the dim light of the hearth by hands that are as likely to soothe as they are to scrub or sew. This awareness of the body's frailty extends to everything that touches it, most fundamentally to water. Thirst reminds you of its necessity, but the act of slaking the thirst is never simple. Water is life, but it is also labor. The walk to the well, the spring or the river is a journey you make multiple times a day, the weight of the full bucket straining your arm, its content slushing a cold rhythm against your leg. Every drop has a cost measured in effort, not because of a mess, but because of the wasted steps, the squandered energy. This preciousness dictates everything about cleanliness. Washing is a selective, strategic affair. Hands and face are rinsed regularly, a quick splash from a basin to remove the worst grit before eating or after certain tasks. A full bath is a rare event, a logistical undertaking that requires heating large quantities of water over a fire, a luxury of fuel and time that few can justify often. Cleanliness here has a functional definition. It means removing enough dirt and odor to prevent sickness or social offense, to keep clothing from becoming stiff with grime, to ward off the insects attracted to filth. It does not mean spotlessness. That is a concept for another world. Waste is managed with the same practical and sentimental attitude. Chamber pots are a fact of life, their presence under beds or in corners as normal as a chair. They are emptied daily, often into a privy dug at a careful distance from the water source, or sometimes onto a compost heap where nature will work on it. The process is routine, not hidden away. It is a necessary task, like feeding the animals or venting the fire. The goal is not to create an absence of smell, an impossible feat, but to manage the danger, to keep human waste from contaminating the drinking water, from breeding flies that might carry disease. You develop an instinct for safe water. Some springs are trusted, others are avoided based on a bad experience or an old story. You learn to prefer water that has been boiled for tea or transformed into small beer, trusting the process to kill what you cannot see. Laundry day is the great confrontation with dirt, a back-breaking ritual that dictates its own schedule around the weather. Water is hauled and heated in vast kettles. Clothes are pounded against washboards or stones, the lye soap biting at your hands as much as up the stains. Rinsing requires more hauling. Then everything must be draped on bushes or lines, utterly dependent on sun and wind to dry. A rain shower, at the wrong moment, can mean days of damp, mildewed cloth, a setback that wastes hours of hard labor. The smell of wet wool drying indoors during a long winter is a heavy, pungent presence that everyone endures because the alternative is to go cold or to wear filth. You accept it. The nose, like the body, adapts. This constant negotiation with water, with waste, with dirt shapes your movements and your judgments. You step around certain puddles. You teach children to avoid the runoff from the pigsty. You wipe your hands on your apron rather than wash them for the 10th time. Cleanliness is not an ideal. It is a daily, grinding campaign fought with limited resources. Health in this world depends less on sterile perfection and more on a keen, practiced awareness of where danger lies, and a resigned acceptance of the rest. The goal is not to be fresh, but to be functional. It is to make it through the day without adding the crisis of illness to the ordinary burdens of labor. Woven through these daily challenges, providing a framework for endurance, is the steady, subtle presence of faith. Religion is not confined to a single day or a single building. It is a thread stitched through the fabric of ordinary time, so familiar it often goes unnoticed as belief. You feel it in the small, automatic habits, the brief, almost unconscious pause before lifting a spoon to your mouth, the murmured "God willing" that follows a statement about future plans. The turn of phrase that credits divine providence for a good harvest or blames it for a harsh winter. It is a language of acceptance, a way of situating human struggle within a larger, inscrutable order. The church building itself is a simple, unadorned structure. Its benches are hard, its windows stained glass. Its purpose is not to awe with beauty, but to gather the community in one place. When you attend, you sit alongside everyone: the wealthy landowner, the blacksmith, the widow in her patched dress. The social hierarchies of the outside world are, in theory, set aside at the door. Here are the same words as spoken to all, even if they are heard through the filters of different loaves, stretching for an hour or more. Attention is not a polite option, it is a demanded discipline. You listen not only for moral correction, but for reassurance. The minister speaks of suffering, of patience, of a world beyond this one where toil ceases and justice is finally realized. He provides a framework that makes hardship meaningful, that transforms daily endurance into a kind of spiritual exercise. Your fatigue, your worries, your losses are not random. A test or a burden to be borne with grace. Outside the meeting house, the leaf expresses itself in quieter, more personal ways. A whispered prayer during a child's fever, a silent thanks upon finding a lost sheep, a moment of reflection stolen in the early morning quiet. People ask each other to remember them in prayer, a request that carries the weight of genuine comfort, reinforcing the sense of being held within a web of communal care. For some, this faith is intimate, a fiery personal conviction that guides every choice. It is more a social rhythm, a pattern of belonging as much as believing. Children absorb it early, repeating phrases and hymns long before they grasp their meaning, the ritual becoming part of their bones. Faith also draws the lines of community morality. Reputation is intertwined with guidelines. Public behavior reflects on your household and, by extension, on your professed beliefs. Shame carries a powerful sting. Forgiveness is possible, but it often requires public acknowledgement, a visible demonstration of repentance. This framework provides a sturdy, if sometimes rigid, structure for life. In a world of so much uncertainty of weather, health, and fortune, religion offers something solid to lean against. It does not always answer the question of why, but it offers a way to bear the not minus knowing. As the afternoon shadows lengthen and the demands of the day continue their steady press, this undercurrent of belief is a quiet source of stamina. It turns mere endurance into a form of devotion, and a simple, grueling act of getting through another day into a silent prayer of its own. The light begins to soften, losing its sharp afternoon edge and pooling in long, golden bars across the floor. It is in this gentler illumination that the architecture of human relationships becomes most visible, not in grand declarations, but in the small, daily negotiations of proximity and expectation. Marriage here is less a romantic union than a practical partnership, a merging of resources, labor, and social standing. You did not choose your spouse based on a flutter in your heart, but on a calculation of capability, land, and family alliance. Affection, if it comes, is a quiet growth over years of shared toil and shared worry, a plant that finds root in the rocky soil of necessity. Its expression is not in passionate words, but in the reliable performance of duty, in the unspoken understanding of a glance across a crowded room, in the simple, profound relief of a competent partner when facing a difficult task. Courtship for the young unfolds under the watchful eyes of the entire community. Visits are conducted in parlors with doors left open, conversations polite and measured. A young man and woman walking together are a subject of careful observation and quiet commentary. Privacy is a scarce commodity, and intimacy must be built in fragments, in stolen moments after church or during a shared chore. The stakes of misbehavior are high, particularly for the woman. Pregnancy outside of marriage transforms a secret into a public fact, bringing shame that clings to her and her child far more stubbornly than to the man involved. The duality is accepted, a harsh logic built upon the inescapable visibility of the female body. Within the marriage itself, intimacy develops, within tight physical quarters. Beds are shared out of necessity, warmth trumping solitude. Love in its daily form is the familiarity of a sleeping breath, the trust in a shared silence, the mutual focus on keeping a roof overhead and children fed. It is a compact forged in the relentless fires of survival, stronger for its practicality, even if less adorned with poetry. As the direct labor of the day begins to end, a space opens, not quite leisure, but a slight slackening of the tension. This is when fragments of pleasure are discovered, never planned, always communal. A deck of worn cards appears on a barrel head. Dice raffle in a cupped hand. The stakes are low, a few pennies or simply the pleasure of winning. The sound of a fiddle being tuned cuts through the evening air, tentative at first, then settling into a familiar reel. Feet begin to tap without conscious thought. Music is not performed, it is participated in. Someone starts a story, perhaps a retelling of a local event already known to all. But the pleasure is in the rhythm of the telling, the slight embellishments, the shared laughter at the familiar punchline. This is active leisure. There are no screens to lose yourself in, no private headphones. Entertainment requires presence, interaction, the human touch. These moments are shaped by invisible boundaries. Religious observance dictates the forms of acceptable pleasure. Certain games might be frowned upon on the Sabbath, replaced by hymn singing or scripture reading. The weather is the final arbiter. A clear, warm evening might see neighbors gathered outside, children playing tag in the fading light. A cold or wet one drives everyone closer to the single hearth, where the entertainment turns to conversation, mending, or quiet contemplation. The space itself dictates the activity. There is no sprawling rec room, only the multi-purpose kitchen or the outdoors. You take your joy where and how you can find it, and its fleeting nature is part of its sweetness. It is a breath drawn between labors, a reminder that the community is not just a network of obligation, but also one of shared if modest relief. And within this household, as the fire is built up for the evening, you become aware of its eldest members. Aging arrives without ceremony, marked only by a gradual slowing and deepening of lines on hands that have done a lifetime of work. There is no retirement village, no pension. The elderly remain within the family orbit, their contribution shifting shape as their strength wanes. Grandfather sits by the fire, his hands, now unsteady with a plough, expertly whittling a toy for a child or repairing a woven basket. Grandmother minds the youngest ones, her voice soft with stories that double as lessons, her eyes still sharp enough to catch a toddler stumbling toward the hearth. Their value is no longer in brute force, but in memory, in skill, in the quiet authority of experience. This dependence is a source of deep anxiety rarely spoken aloud. The fear of becoming a burden, of outlasting one's usefulness, hangs in the air. You see it in the apologetic way an old parent might offer thanks for simple care. The system works only through a powerful sense of reciprocal duty and respect. Elders are addressed formally, their opinions given weight. Disrespect toward them is quickly corrected, a cultural reflex that upholds their dignity even as their bodies fail. Their physical comfort becomes a priority, the chair closest to the heat, the softest piece of bread, the warmest blanket. Care falls most heavily on the women of the household, another layer of labor added to their endless list: feeding, cleaning, and comforting the fading body. Children learn from this too. They see that strength ebbs, that roles change, but that belonging does not end. They absorb the lesson of continuity, of the debt owed to those who came before and built the world they inhabit. As the old ones retire to their beds earliest, chased by the cold and the fatigue that now arrives swiftly uncompletely, the household adjusts around them. The evening's noises are hushed. The rhythm accommodates their need. In this world, aging is not a separate chapter of life. It is the slow, final bend in the river of daily existence, navigated not alone, but within the sturdy, imperfect vessel of family, a quiet testament to an entire life spent enduring together. Darkness does not fall here so much as it rises. It seeps up from the ground, pours out from the woods, and floods the spaces between buildings until the world you knew by day is utterly transformed. There are no street lamps, no distant glow from a neighboring town. When you step outside, the blackness is absolute, a velvet blanket that swallows shape and distance. But then you look up, the stars not like in process. They are a furious, crowded explosion of cold white fire, so numerous and bright they seem to press down upon the roof of the world, casting faint, milky shadows of their own. This celestial brilliance only deepens the blackness at eye level. Indoors, the night is a different creature. It gathers in corners, pools under tables, thickens in the space behind a door. Your world shrinks to the island of light your fire and candles carve out of the void. That light is a precious, finite resource. You do not flood a room with it. You ration it. A single tallow candle, its flame wavering in the slow draft, becomes the center of a universe. Its light is soft, golden, and alive, throwing the faces of your family into strange, shifting relief, familiar features, made unfamiliar by dancing shadow. The hearth fire banked for the night is a slumbering red eye, its warmth a comfort but its light now subdued. Its circle of illumination traveling from table to bedside, a tiny mobile sun against the vast earthy night. The darkness beyond the circle feels heavy, substantial. Children fear it openly, crying for a light to be left. Adults fear it too, though they rarely speak of it. The fear is not of monsters in a storybook, but of the very real vulnerability this obscurity brings. A misplaced austerity brings, a misplaced debt, an unseen threat, the simple, profound loneliness of being untethered from sight in a world full of unseen hazards. In this profound quiet, Sound becomes a new language. The house talks in his sleep, a groan of timber, the skitter of a mouse in the wall, the faint hiss of a calling ember. Outside, every rustle in the grass, every call of a distant howl, every creak of a branch is delivered with perfect, unnerving clarity. Your ears strained, passing each noise, learning the nocturnal grammar of safety and threat. This heightened awareness after dark extends to the social order. The law here is not an abstract concept in a distant capital. It is a living presence, enforced by the people you live among, by reputation, and by the hard consensus of what will and will not be tolerated. In the darkness, the consequences of transgression feel nearer, more personal. Justice is local, administered by town elders, constables, or simply the weight of communal judgment. You know these men. Is it beside them in meeting? Their authority comes from familiarity as much as from any piece of paper. Punishment, when it comes, is often public. The stocks in the town square are not just a restraint for the body, they are a scaffold for shame. A whipping post, a fine announced before neighbors, a night in the cold jail. These are designed not merely to correct the offender, but to remind everyone else of the boundaries. The goal is deterrence through visibility, the preservation of stability, often prized above abstract fairness. And fairness is a shifting notion. The same crime can bring different sentences. A man of property and good standing might receive a sharp warning and a private fine. A stranger, a poor laborer, or someone already viewed with suspicion might feel the lash. Wealth, gender, and social connections bend the application of the rules. This imbalance is understood, an unspoken clause in the social contract. Minor disputes are oft unsettled long before they reach any official, mediated by family or neighbors. An apology, a small repayment, a handshake, these are cheaper and cause less lasting damage than a formal complaint. The system functions because it is immediate and inescapable. Your actions reverberate swiftly through the small pond of your community. There is no anonymity, no hiding. In the candlelit evening, as doors are closed and secured more by habit than by strong locks, this knowledge fosters a carefulness. You mind your words, your business, your associations. Order rests on this intricate web of watched and watcher, a fragile peace maintained through proximity and the certainty that missteps will be seen, remembered, and answered. Finally, you surrender to sleep, but it is a cautious surrender, a negotiated truce with the night. Rest will not be a deep, uninterrupted plunge. It will be shallow, segmented, threaded through with moments of wakefulness. You are never fully unconscious. Part of you remains tuned to the rhythm of the house, the breathing of others, the vital glow of the banked fire. The fire, your daytime ally, is now a sleeping dragon. A technique to preserve heat for the morning without letting a stray spark leap onto the dry floor rushes. You sleep with one ear listening for the wrong sound, the crackle that means the dragon is stirred. Your personal items are kept close. A knife, a tinderbox, a worn Bible, a child's carved toy, these things are within arm's reach, a small arsenal of utility and comfort against the unknown hours. When sleep does come, your dreams are rarely fantastical. They are echoes. You dream of walking the long road to the mill, of the weight of a water bucket in your hand, of the smell of bread baking, of a neighbor's face in conversation. Your subconscious mind replays and rearranges the textures of your daily life. These dreams are not analyzed or seen as portents. They are noted, sometimes shared over breakfast as a curious fragment, sometimes forgotten by the time your feet touch the cold floor. They are the mind's way of processing the sheer volume of lived experience, of weaving the endless repetition of tasks into a personal, sleeping narrative. In this half-minus world between waking and oblivion, the fears and hopes of the day soften at the edges, floating free of their urgent weight. You drift, not into a lighter state where the boundary between the labor of day and the rest of night finally, tenderly, dissolves. The weight of the day is not borne equally by all shoulders. You learn this not from proclamation, but from the silent, ingrained patterns of movement around you. In the fields, alongside the hired men and your own straining muscles, There are others whose labor has no beginning and no end, they themselves can choose. Their backs bend to the same sun, their hands grow just as calloused, but their effort is extracted, not given. The rhythm of their work is set by an overseer's, or the implicit threat in an owner's voice. The skilled ones among them, the blacksmith who shoes the horses, the woman who knows every herb in the garden for healing and for cooking, perform tasks identical to those of free craftsmen and housewives. Yet their expertise brings them no social currency, no ownership of its fruits. It is simply another form of yield, like cotton from a stalk, belonging to the one who claims the field. Their presence is the unspoken foundation of the prosperity you see in some households, the invisible engine that allows for a larger house, finer cloth, more leisure for the family to read or converse. You grow accustomed to this hierarchy. It is in the way a command is given without a please or thank you, in the way a person is referred to not by name but by function, the cook, the smith, the girl. The system trains everyone within it, master and bondant, observing neighbor, to see human beings as a category of asset, their value listed in probate inventories between the plow and the breeding sow. This reality permeates the most intimate spaces. Within homes, enslaved women nurse the master's children, their own infants left in someone else's care or sold away. They prepare the food that sustains the family, tasting it but never owning the meal. They sweep the floors and make the beds in rooms they could never claim as their own. The domesticity of the household, its warmth and order, is often built upon this intimate servitude, creating a terrible paradox of closeness and absolute dominion. The child raised by an enslaved woman may feel a twisted affection for her, even as he learns to expect her obedience as his birthright. In the marketplace, the ultimate reduction occurs. On certain days, or in the back rooms of certain traders, people are sold. You might witness it, or more likely, you hear of it, a transaction spoken of in the same critical terms as the selling of a barrel of salt or a pair of oxen. The body is inspected, its health and age assessed, its price negotiated. It is a brutal, commercial logic applied to the human form, and its very banality is what chills the soul. It makes the horror ordinary. Yet within this crushing machinery, a spirit of endurance persists, expressed in fragments too small for the ledger books. Work is done slowly when the overseer looks away. A tool is misplaced, requiring time to find. A song is sung in the fields, its lyrics carrying a double meaning of sorrow and hope known only to those who sing it. Knowledge is withheld, a simpler way to fix a harness, a potent remedy for a fever preserved as a private power. The culture survives in whispers, in stories of a homeland remembered or imagined, in prayers to a God understood as a liberator, not a empty fear of the status quo. They forge families where they can, knowing those bonds have no legal standing and can be severed at a creditor's whim. This quiet resistance is not rebellion, it is the daily, grinding work of preserving a self in a world dedicated to its erasure, normalized even among those who might voice opposition to its principles. Because its economic product is convenient, its social structure familiar, and its moral cost deferred to a distant judgment day. Beneath the physical world you navigate every day lies another, older layer, pressing up through the soil in ways both subtle and inescapable. You hear it first in the names. The river you draw water from, the path that leads to the next settlement, the great hill on the horizon, they carry words that feel awkward on your tongue, syllables that predate English, Dutch, or French. You use these names without thought for their origin, for they are simply what the place is called. Yet they are persistent ghosts, a linguistic haunting that marks a prior claim. Your practical knowledge, too, is often a borrowed garment. The fields that yield good corn were first cleared and cultivated by other hands, their understanding of the soil's capacity passed down not in books, but in the continued fertility of the land. The path through the dense woods that saves you half a day's travel was not blazed by a colonial surveyor, but worn smooth over centuries by soft miners-soled moccasins. The remedy you steep for a fever, a tea of bark and leaves, may be a recipe learned from a native healer in a moment of desperate need, now absorbed into your household lore as if it sprouted from your own heritage. Encounters at the edges of your world are a complex tapestry of trade and tension. A native trapper appears at the edge of a field with a bundle of furs. An exchange occurs: metal needles for pelts, woven cloth for dried meat. There can be a rough courtesy in these moments, a mutual recognition of need, but the air is thick with unspoken histories of broken treaties, of settlements encroaching ever further, of violence encroaching ever further. You trade with a man whose land your community now occupies, and the transaction feels both ordinary and profoundly strange. In settler diaries, this contradiction blooms. A writer will spend pages marveling at the skill of native canoe makers, the efficiency of their hunting techniques, the eloquence of their speech, describing them with a detail that borders on aberration. Then, in the next entry, he will speak of the same people as obstacles to progress, as savages who must give way to civilization, their admirable qualities somehow not counting toward their right to exist on their own terms. This is the great willful blindness that fuels expansion. It is possible to appreciate a people's knowledge, even to depend on it for survival in a new land, while simultaneously working to dismantle their world. Their presence is pushed to the margins of your daily thought, relegated to the realm of occasional threat or useful resource. You are taught to fear raids, to see strange figures in the woods as potential danger. The vast, empty wilderness you covered for future fields is, in truth, a carefully managed landscape or home. You learn to call it empty because that justifies the taking, yet they do not vanish. They adapt, resist, negotiate, and persist, negotiate, and persist. Their stories are told in places your language cannot reach. The land itself holds their memory. In the cleared meadows, you assume are natural, in the medicinal plants growing at specific, knowledgeable places. As you go about your day plowing a field, following a trail, applying a poultice to a wound, you are, in 1,000 silent ways, interacting with a world they shaped long before you arrived. This legacy is the deep, often uncanoodly bedrock of the new society being built. It is a foundation of knowledge and loss, of borrowing and displacement, a quiet, enduring presence that refuses to be smoothed entirely into the narrative of a fresh start. The ground beneath your feet remembers, even when you choose to forget. The weight of the day is not a single burden to be set down, but a collection of impressions that settle into the very fibers of your being. As you finally ease yourself onto the mattress, your body speaks its own language of what has passed. Muscles remember. The ache in your shoulders is a precise record of the axe's swing, the stiffness in your legs a map of miles walked, the soreness in your lower back a testament to hours bent over row or workbench, a physical ledger of effort expended. Your clothing, now loosened or removed, carries the day's biography in its weave. The linen shirt smells of wood smoke and dried sweat, a pungent blend of half-earned labor. The wool of your outer layers holds the dust of the road, the faint, green scent of crushed grass, the metallic hint of handled tools. These odors will linger, fading slowly, until they are overwritten by tomorrow's exertions. They are the perfume of a life lived in constant, tactile engagement with the world. Your mind, too, performs its own slow work of integration. Fragments of the day return unbiddened, the worried line on a neighbor's face as he spoke of his sick child, the satisfying thunk of a well-driven nail, the unresolved tension in a conversation about politics or debt. These thoughts do not race, they drift, softened by fatigue, their sharp edges worn smooth. There is no analysis, only a gentle replaying, as the line seeks to file the experiences away, to make sense of the endless flow of demand and response. Sleep, when it comes, is not an escape from this. It is the final stage of processing. In the segmented, shallow layers of rest, the body's memories and the mind's fragments intertwine. You dream not of fantastical lands, but of walking familiar paths, of completing unfinished tasks, of the faces of those who share your life. Dreams are the echoes in the canyon of the day, less meaningful than simply inevitable, a way for the self to absorb and reconcile the weight it has carried, preparing even in unconsciousness, to shoulder it again. This preparation is rooted in a profound, if unspoken certainty tomorrow will be the same. not in its exact details, but in its essential shape. The sun will find the same crack in the shutters. The same chill will cling to the air. The fire will lead coaxing, the body clothing, the stomach filling. The tasks will repeat, the needs will persist. The pace will be set by daylight and season, not by choice. In a world of so much uncertainty of health, of weather, of fortune, certainty of health, this predictability is not monotony. It is a deep, structural comfort. It is the rhythm that holds the chaos at bay. You know what is required of you. You know you are capable of it, because you did it yesterday, and the day before. The wheel turns, and your place is to push it again. There is a strange freedom in this boundedness. You are not paralyzed by infinite possibility. Your purpose for this sunrise to this sunset is clear. As the last of the fire's glow pulses like a slow heartbeat in the ashes, and the house breathes in the unison of its sleeping inhabitants, this understanding settles over you with the blankets. Survival in this place is not about changing your fate. It is not about dramatic rise or heroic transformation. It is about the quiet, monumental act of enduring the weight of your fate, day after day after day. It is about getting up when you are tired, tending to others when you are spent, finding a moment of silence in the cacophony of need, sharing warmth in the vast cold. The greatness of 1776 is not yet in its declared ideals, though they simmer at the edges. It is here, in this dark, smoky room. It is in the calloused hand resting on a child's back, in the patient repair of a worn minus-out thing, in a shared look that communicates a worry words cannot express, in the simple, dogged refusal to let the fire go out. It is a greatness built not on conquest, but on continuation, uncelebrated, woven into the plain woolen rough linen of ordinary life. It is a resilience that is both personal and communal. And as you drift once more toward sleep, you know that when the grey light returns, you will rise and meet it, not with joy perhaps, but with a steady, familiar resolve, ready to inscribe another day onto your muscles, your clothes, your memory, and into the enduring, ordinary heart of this America.